Man, that jail cell changes you.
This is Chase William Mulligan, and this video would mark the start of his 4 years of victimizing and extorting over 108 minors. And during that time, Chase would be an inventor, an inspirational speaker, a Twitch streamer, and even a rapper. Now, on the outside, Chase seemed like a pretty normal guy following the success playbook that your parents want you to do. He went to Seton Hall University for finance, IT, and entrepreneurship, where he is ready for grad school. By the way, the university took down this whole entire part of the website. Now, Chase was a little bit strange. He does parkour, but what he also did is he tried doing YouTube during university on his channel Ace Grail. Now, he was a content creator for the game Grail Online, and he made nerdy videos talking about game patches and nerfs. But Chase also made a rap song for Grail Online called Grail Ol' West.
These kids scamming, think they're funny, can't trust anyone with your money.
Now, Grail All West Rap was one of his most popular songs alongside his discography of other platinum-achieving rap songs like Honey, Easy Money, and Mike Me Up Jr. But with the Grail All West Rap, there was something a little bit unsettling about it.
Shout out to the brothers too. Man, that jail cell changes you. Back now, I'm on my game. Got Russell, bet you know my name. Even the BR girls trying to chase him with that oi buying, trying to catch a case.
It turns out he was catching a case at this time, because between at least 2019 and December 2023, the defendant Chase William Mulligan used numerous accounts from internet-based communication services Snapchat, Discord, Roblox, Skype, Omegle, and Instagram to employ, use, persuade, induce, entice, and coerce at least 108 minor females ages 5 to 17 into creating and sending him CSAM content. 108 minors, at least. And the majority of these minor victims lived in the United States, but also resided in other countries, including Australia, Canada, Denmark, Spain, the Philippines, and the United Kingdom. But in this day and age, it doesn't matter where you live, predators are a threat globally. But the interesting thing is that this Grail All West rap, it marked the start of Chase's online degeneracy. And the thing I want you to keep in mind is that as we dig deeper and deeper, the unsettling online activity will start to emerge. But at this time, when everything started, there was no red flags that anything was going wrong. In fact, the next thing that Chase did is that he launched a Kickstarter for something called Grixel, which is a portable utensils pack. It's reusable plastic cutlery. It's pretty boring, but the video itself is an absolute f***ing banger.
I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this for you.
Artist with a promising future. However, as her visibility grew, it was accompanied by increasingly concerning behavior, particularly an inflated sense of self-importance and delusional claims. Around late 2016, Nelia posted on her DeviantArt account claiming that her OC, Elena, had been selected by Sega to officially become part of the Sonic franchise and that she herself had been recruited by the company. She wrote, "Oh my god, I'm so happy today. The Sonic Sega director put my Elena on his website. He said he likes my character. He will accept my Elena in Sega soon." However, she provided no evidence to support these claims. When users asked for clarification or proof, she either ignored them or blocked them, which further raised suspicion within the community. It later emerged that the person she was referring to as a Sega director was Naoto Oshima, a former Sega employee who had already left the company 16 years prior. In reality, the only interaction tied to this claim was that her character had been casually shared on Oshima's Facebook page, nothing official or company related. Despite this, Nelia continued reinforcing the narrative and even updated her Facebook status to works at Sega, presenting it as fact. She later doubled down in another journal entry, writing, "Good news, soon I work in Sega in Japan. I talked to the director, then he accepted me. Elena is in Sonic Sega soon. I need to draw new Sonic concept art and comics. So I need help from you guys about my Sonic manga comic cause I am not good in English language." As skepticism grew, another DeviantArt user, Jasmine, attempted to question Nelia's claims in a respectful manner. After initially commenting on her journal and receiving no response, Jasmine later reached out privately to apologize for doubting her. However, the response she received from Nelia was reportedly dismissive and condescending, with Nelia attempting to shame her for even asking questions. "So now you believe me? I feel bad for what you did to me. Well, I have a college next year and learned to make a 3D game and learn a lot about art manga." This exchange further reinforced concerns within the community about her increasingly distorted perception of reality and her reaction to criticism. Besides her obvious self-glorification, Nelia continued making increasingly delusional and logically inconsistent claims, including the idea that she would create her own Sonic-related company. She once wrote, "I want to make my own Sonic company here and I want to make my own Sonic project of comic art. Sonic Sega will love it, as long as the story is unique with new official characters, new creatures, and new villains. I will be a Sonic Sega director because I create a new Sonic project." This claim quickly raised eyebrows, mainly because Sonic the Hedgehog is a copyrighted intellectual property owned by Sega, meaning independent projects cannot be treated as official contributions or grant someone a position within the company simply for creating fan content. When Jasmine pointed this out and challenged her reasoning, Nelia appeared to take it personally rather than addressing the concern directly. Her responses were dismissive and defensive, such as, "Why you asking? What, you don't like me to go work at Sega?" Instead of clarifying her claims, she would often redirect the conversation or avoid answering altogether. Eventually, after repeated questioning, she became visibly frustrated and stopped responding to Jasmine entirely. Despite frequently presenting herself as someone uninterested in fame, many of her actions and statements within the community appear to contradict that claim, often leaning heavily towards self-promotion and validation-seeking behavior. At this point, it had become increasingly clear within the Sonic fandom that Nelia held a highly inflated view of her own work and creations. While her OC, Elena the blonde hedgehog character, remained popular among Sonic fans, the broader fandom also included countless original characters, many of which naturally shared overlapping design elements such as colors, themes, or hairstyles. In most fandom spaces, this kind of similarity is normal and expected. Unless a character is directly traced or copied, shared design traits are generally not considered plagiarism. However, Nelia appeared to reject this standard entirely. In her view, any character resembling Elena, particularly those with blonde or curly hair, was seen as an imitation or threat to her creation. This mindset led to multiple conflicts with other artists over time. One of the earliest notable incidents occurred in November 2019 involving one of her close acquaintances, a Twitter artist known as Alshani, real name Nayeli, who is from the Bahamas. Alshani had purchased and redesigned a new OC named Maria the Hedgehog, which quickly gained positive attention within the fandom. The character's reception helped Alshani grow her audience and visibility in a short period of time. People were commenting saying, "She is so pretty and gorgeous in the whole world." And another said, "I know I don't comment very often, but I must say I like this design a lot. It might be the way you colored or the color palette in general." But there was one person who reacted with clear hostility toward Alshani's growing success. Her close friend at the time, Nelia. Shortly after Alshani introduced her new OC, Nelia reached out directly with an accusatory message, writing, "Hey you, someone gave me a link and I saw you stole my Elena design and the color. It is making me angry. Why did you do that?" The message reflected a strong allegation of copying, specifically targeting design similarities in the character's appearance. This disagreement marked the beginning of growing tension between the two, as what had once been a close online friendship slowly shifted into conflict over perceived similarities and creative ownership. Alshani ignored Nelia's reaction and continued with her work as usual. However, Nelia's frustration escalated further, and she followed up with a more aggressive message, escalating the situation by issuing a threat. She wrote, "I want you to change the design and the color, so not make it the same as Elena before I make a journal and tell my followers to report you." Alshani chose not to escalate the situation further and avoided getting dragged into an argument with Nelia. Instead, she stayed silent until Nelia eventually blocked her. After that, Alshani went on Twitter and posted a screenshot of their exchange, adding the caption, "One thing is for certain, Moria stays and is not going anywhere." The post quickly gained attention, and the community reaction was strongly in Alshani's favor. Many users criticized Nelia's behavior while defending Alshani. One user commented, "You didn't do anything wrong. There are many characters with the same palette. She needs to change her attitude. Both are different in their own ways. Besides, yours was an adopt, if I remember right, and it's cute. Keep doing what you are doing." Another added, "Damn, I liked her art. Anyways, this is dumb. She didn't invent yellow hedgehogs with white clothing that is the most popular type of animal for Sonic fan characters, and a fairly common color palette somehow." After realizing that public opinion was not in her favor, Nelia eventually backed down and issued an apology to Alshani. However, the apology introduced an even more controversial twist. Instead of fully taking responsibility, Nelia claimed that she had not been the one sending the threatening messages in the first place. She alleged that it was actually her psychotic cousin who had used her account and was attempting to damage her reputation online. In her message, she wrote, "In my opinion, your OC was fine to me. You can use my color or any on my OC. I don't know if this is inspired by my OC or Maria, but I have no problem and I didn't want to hurt you, to be honest." However, this explanation was widely met with skepticism from the community and from Alshani herself. Many pointed out that the original messages matched Nelia's writing style, including her characteristic broken English, making the claim of a third-party interference unlikely. To make matters worse, Nelia later suggested that Alshani's OC, Moria, had been inspired by Elena, further reinforcing the perception that she viewed similar design elements as personal ownership. Following the backlash, Nelia's online reputation continued to decline. She began to be widely perceived as egotistical and delusional, with many users accusing her of dismissing others' creativity while elevating her own. Eventually, she deactivated her Twitter account in an attempt to distance herself from the controversy and let things settle. However, when she later returned, her apology did little to change public perception. Instead of taking a humble approach, she repeated similar narratives, suggesting that the criticism she received was the result of jealousy toward her supposed success. She then repeated the same pattern she had used with Alshani, accusing multiple artists of copying her work even when the similarities were limited to general traits like color schemes or species design. Despite her continued apologies, the community largely rejected them. The backlash only intensified, and over time, Nelia became one of the most disliked figures within the Sonic fan art community. However, this did not appear to stop her behavior. After deactivating her account, she returned through alternate accounts and continued contacting and harassing other users, often attempting to avoid detection. These attempts were frequently identified by the community and traced back to her. Alshani was not the only person who reported experiencing issues. Over time, multiple creators came forward with similar stories, with some even leaving DeviantArt entirely or stepping away from the Sonic fandom due to repeated harassment from Nelia. In one instance, Nelia commented on another artist's post, writing, "I know your OC eyes look like Elena and the ears. It is like Starliza the Hedgehog mixed with Elena. Also, your OC dresses like Elena." Nelia then spoke with the person and pushed them to redesign their OC. After the redesign, the creator made a few additional changes on their own, improving the character and making it more visually appealing. This seemed to make Nelia feel threatened, and she responded by redesigning the OC again in a way that made it resemble one of her own characters. She also bullied another creator by accusing them of stealing her design, even though there were no meaningful similarities between the two characters aside from blonde hair. Nelia wrote, "Why is your character almost like mine? You copy my character style with blonde hair and cyan blue eyes. You better change your color." To which the person replied saying, "She looks like that because her eyes look like I love her and I won't change her." And then Nelia, threatening this person, replied, "I will tell all my friends that you stole my character." While the community already hated Nelia after all this came to light to multiple underage people.
But she would always be very flirty. That's one thing. And I would be flirty back because, like, I didn't know what I was doing. I was younger than I am now at the time. I was about 16, 17 at the time. Just
How old was she?
somewhere in her early 20s. I'm pretty sure 21 or 22, but I may be wrong.
In May 2021, Nelia's interaction with another artist by the name Goopy Lemon would circulate online that would change her online reputation forever. In the said screenshot, things. Not long after they started talking around the beginning of 2021, Nelia would take their conversation to a more explicit one and even engage in virtual XUL interaction, and then, "Have you ever have X before? Well, I gotta go, enjoy your PP and sleep." And not only that, she also created NSFW artwork of her OC, Elena, and sent it to Goopy. While Goopy was initially interested in artwork of her OC due to her popularity and success within the Sonic fandom at the time, he did not give any form of consent for the conversation to become XUL. Nelia did not ask before shifting the interaction from a casual conversation into an explicit one, instead escalating it on her own. But even worse, after they started dating, Nelia was extremely controlling and manipulative, not ship his own OC the way he wanted to. Goopy said in his post after this all came to light, "Zero forced me not to ship my character. My own character she forced me to ship with her rip-off of some." Nelia also showed clear signs of jealousy toward Goopy's friends. She would pressure him to block his own friends, often making accusations that did not make sense. In one instance, she became upset with one of Goopy's friends and claimed that the person was trying to make their OC more popular than Elena. Nelia wrote, "She a creep, or maybe she want her OC to become more popular than Elena." But it gets worse. Nelia would contact people close to Goopy and threaten to dox them and send her large following after them if they did not stop talking to him. Needless to say, all of this is deeply disturbing. However, some of her followers initially defended Nelia by pointing out that she is from Brunei, where the age of consent is 16. Even so, she herself acknowledged that a 22-year-old being involved with a 16-year-old is not normal and is, in fact, predatory. Naturally, this raises the question, why did she do it? Rather than taking responsibility, she shifted the blame onto Goopy, claiming that he pressured her into becoming his girlfriend despite her reluctance due to the age difference. This claim is widely seen as implausible. There was no indication that she was unable to disengage. She could have blocked him and ended the interaction at any point. Instead, she continued engaging in explicit conversations despite being aware of the situation. After everything came to light, Goopy made an Instagram post explaining what had happened. In it, he said that the situation caused him significant stress and that, at one point, it became over. Actually, not the only time Nelia has done it. She has done the same thing to another 17-year-old. She texted them in a very XUL way, often telling them that she has a crush on them and even sending NSFW arts of her EOC. Not to mention how many other minors she may have that weren't revealed on the internet. She also has drawn lolicons, utilized depiction of very young-looking characters, which, for obvious reasons, drawing such kinds of arts is a very frowned-upon thing to do. But Nelia, who seemingly had no morals or interest beyond gaining more followers and views online, did draw consequences. Instead, she got away with everything, but this time it was different. She first tried deactivating her existing social media accounts and creating new ones, claiming she had changed, stating, "Multi-fandom. Be strong and be positive. I will change for the better and I will support other artists in the same way they support me." Despite her attempt to rebrand herself in a desperate effort, still did not forget, and they commented under all of her posts, referencing her past predatory behavior. Still, Nelia did not give up. Instead, she moved to a new community, Friday Night Funkin', and renamed herself Senpapier. But her art style isn't unknown to me. It reminds me someone drawing Sonic stuff having blondie OC. And ironically enough, Nelia denied these claims by telling some of the most ridiculous lies she's about Sonic. While this blatant lie is disgusting enough and shows how little she thinks of other people's intelligence, lying to their faces without the slightest bit of shame, she also doubled down and claimed that she had just joined Instagram and had never had an account before. Yeah, this is Zero Phoenix. She decided to walk into the Friday Night Funkin' community to run and hide. I let my FNF friends know already. Spread this please. I am not gonna let a PDF run free to other fandoms. Eventually, Nelia would realize that unlike in the past, this time she was not getting away with minors. She then decided to leave the internet by posting a final farewell message. However, even in this goodbye statement, she did not acknowledge her disturbing behavior or take accountability for it. Instead, she framed her actions as minor mistakes and suggested that people had gone too far in criticizing her. She said, "I am sorry again to you all. Please forgive me and give another chance someday. I am here for many years. It's normal to see more mistakes from people who almost live on the internet. I'm still learning. I did another mistake, my fault, but the thing became bigger than what it actually was." Not just this, but also she would try to frame herself as the victim by claiming that many people have backstabbed her, when in reality she was the one who was bullying people, even some of her closest friends, for only having a slightly similar OC to her OC. She said, "I can't be close to anyone anymore. I had enough people backstab me. I want you all to stay peaceful without me." While she did acknowledge that she had made mistakes and stated that this was why she was leaving the Sonic fandom, would not stop criticizing and harassing her. This was widely viewed as a contradictory statement, especially given the severity of the allegations against her, including being accused of raping minors and predatory behavior. She said, "I am quitting the Sonic fandom. I am tired. People only see me from a bad perspective. It is for the best. I want people to forget about me." In addition to never truly admitting how disturbing her actions are, Nelia would also rage at anyone who brought up the allegations against her. In one Discord chat where she was talking with minors, someone brought up the accusations in an attempt to get her side of the story. However, instead of answering the question or even saying she wasn't comfortable discussing it, her response was to suicide bait by threatening to unalive herself with a knife. Even sending a picture of it in the chat if the person didn't stop asking such questions. She said, "Please stop talking about my past. Did you see this knife? If she doesn't stop, I will kill myself." To which, obviously, other people in the chat panicked and were so worried that they started begging her to stop. After this, she blamed it all on Alshani, a creator whom she had previously harassed by claiming that she had copied Elena, when in fact Alshani had done nothing wrong and it was all Nelia's fault. But this is not the first time Nelia has baited others over very small things. Back in 2016, whenever she felt like she wasn't getting enough attention, Nelia would constantly post, portraying herself as a victim, and even at one point literally said, "Life is very bad. I need to kill myself. I'm really sad about Nelia. My character is the worst for Sega. Why does Nelia always have a problem? I really need to kill myself." After she posted her Sonic fandom, Nelia would once again reappear under a different account, but this time fully prepared not to be identified by changing her username to X10 and her pronouns, as well as her art style. She entered the Friday Night Funkin' fandom. 10 quickly became a star in the FNF fandom. In the Friday Night Funkin' community, 10 is mainly recognized for leading the VS Roddy mod, where she acted as the project's director and lead creative designer. She was responsible for building the core concept of the mod, including creating the original character Roddy and shaping the mod's overall tone, visuals, and story direction. Beyond concept work, she also contributed to the art direction and helped coordinate a small team that handled music, coding, and animation, bringing together custom songs, cutscenes, and gameplay mechanics. The result was a full fan-made, weak-style mod that fit into the broader FNF modding scene as a complete self-contained experience. Although Nelia was able to hide her identity and her past behaviors for more than as well as partner with whom she works together came forward on Twitter accusing Nelia of manipulation, the person in question is called Starbreak, who is another big creator in this space. Star and Nelia, or her then alias 10, started interacting after 10 texted Star in 2022. They quickly became friends, but the problem was Star was naturally unable to respond at times. Whether he was busy or asleep, 10 would shame and blame him, which made Star extremely uncomfortable and guilty. Star wrote on his Twitter, "At first he would message me pretty much daily. For me, that got draining very quickly, and when I didn't respond for a day or two because of it, he would get very disappointed and I'd feel like I was being a bad friend. I enjoyed his company, but it felt more like a chore than a friendship." A side note here, the reason 10 is referred to as he is because 10 was presenting themselves as male at the time, and it had not yet been revealed that 10 was actually Nelia. As with previous situations, Nelia, or 10, also became jealous of Star's other friendships, particularly his girlfriend, which made the situation even more uncomfortable for Star. Despite being relatively successful in this fandom, people eventually discovered 10's real identity by tracing her older Sonic fandom artwork and comparing it to her newer work. Another individual who claimed to be close to Nelia also came forward and exposed response. This time, however, the disappearance seemed more final, and it has now been nearly 3 years since any verified activity from Nelia has been seen online, nor has she appeared in any of. She may have simply changed identities again and moved to another community. While Nelia is undeniable, a few years ago, the art commentary community devolved into a chaotic mess of inconsequential drama and life-threatening hate crimes, and did worse in the community. A wolf in sheep's clothing who started off as a victim and ended up as hypocrite who covered up a secret child server for years, repeatedly manipulated 60 people who were all doing the same thing. This is not a comprehensive breakdown of every single drama that Peaches was ever involved in. Anybody who've ever heard of them would tell you that's impossible to do. This is the autopsy of how his double standards and lies eventually grew too big to control and blew up in his face. Aaron Warhurst, better known as Rosie the Rascal or Hopeless Peaches, was an English YouTuber born August 3rd, 1999. He was a huge part of the art commentary community, or ACC, in the early 2020s, meaning his videos normally consisted of particular was a place where creators and fans were very close. In fact, a good amount of creators start out as fans of the very same creators they would go on to have a beef with later down the line. Hopeless Peaches herself created her channel in 2015 and only uploaded her first video in 2018, a video that was about the Holly Brown tracing controversy.
But you see it more and more nowadays, and it just really ticks me off. And it kind of ticks me off with this Holly Brown situation because I don't know her personally, so I don't really have a strong opinion for or against her as a person. But it was just how the whole situation was handled, how she reacted to it by basically thinking it was okay.
Hopeless Peaches continued to grow, and due to the interactivity of the ACC, he was able to work with other creators such as Harley TBS, LD Shadow Lady, and most importantly, Creepshow Art. Creepshow Art, or Shannon, was a creator who was at the center of so many heinous and disturbing controversies, and she would also be the beginning of the drama for Hopeless Peaches.
I also said before that I know that this is one of the people who Toby said feels negatively about me and is scared of me, and if I'm being very, very clear here, that hurts me more than anything else that was said in this video. Anything else was fine, because I did think we were close friends, and I do greatly care about this person, and I shared a lot of private information with them because I trusted them. So knowing they are now telling other content creators about our private conversations, and they're talking to other content creators about me in this way and are scared of me, that to me sucks. It really sucks knowing my friend is scared of me. That, well, they're not, I guess they're not my friend, but you understand.
Shannon was the subject of criticism from another creator called Toby Majestic. Toby called out Shannon for throwing out allegations without doing proper research, over responding on Twitter, and being a bully to her own friends to the point where they're all afraid of publicly criticizing her. Hopeless Peaches was one of those friends, and she was the individual Shannon was talking about in the prior clip. She would then vague tweet about Peaches saying, "Before I hit 100,000, I was friends with another creator. This creator later spread lies about me, told people I was psychotic, and I screamed at her, and basically poisoned potential friendships with other people in the art community. The fact that I still have people coming to me." Before then, revealing the very next day what she was talking about. This tweet was about Hopeless Peaches, finding out that she had told multiple creators who she knew I admired that I screamed at her and attacked her when I viewed her as a little sister fucking sucked. Thank you, prison mate Luke, for talking about it. This was one of Shannon's many manipulative tactics, which is signal boosting voices that criticize the people she didn't like. Prison mate Luke was yet another creator who had introduced himself into the situation by making a video on the Toby Majestic meltdown and rivalry with two creators, Kai and Omnia. Toby had gotten into some hot water due to her defense of Shane Dawson and hypocrisy over child characters, and she was being called out on it by Kai and Omnia. Toby went on a wild rant about drama commentary channels when she was running one herself. Toby responded to Omnia claiming private DMs between the two of them were taken out of context, and Omnia responded by leaking the entire DMs to prove that nothing was indeed taken out of context. This turned out to be a bad move. Toby claimed there was private info in there she didn't want the world to know about. Omnia apologized and took down the DMs, but the damage was already done, as bad actors were able to use Omnia leaking DMs as a crutch to deflect away from the legitimate criticism that Toby was coming under, which Omnia was committed to expressing.
You need to learn how to distinguish between troll comments, i.e. comments meant solely to get a rise out of you and make you look bad for even engaging to begin with, and real, valid, constructive criticism meant to better you as a person and reflect on your decisions as a content creator. Rework your relationship with critique, or just don't be a content creator. Simply as that.
One of those bad actors was yet another creator called The Harsh Opinion, who made a video criticizing Toby and Kai, and Omnia equally, which inherently came off as biased, since Toby had done a whole lot more wrong than Kai and Omnia, who admittedly went crazy, trying to respond to every little pushback they got during this time. However, The Harsh Opinions video is relevant because it seemingly convinced Hopeless Peaches to publicly take up the same centrist opinion. He left a comment on the video saying, "This is a good video. I have expressed my upset with those DMs being leaked too, and I will admit I did fall for the trap of not initially sympathizing the way I should have due to my more personal grievances with Toby, which of me to compare my private information being spread by her/her friends to hers, and it shouldn't even be a contest and should be treated equally abhorrent despite our differences and past arguments. I think everyone in this situation went in thinking the worst of everyone else involved, which made it spiral so fast and so stupidly. It's been a petty drama, and I honestly do just want both Omnia and Toby to come out of this just doing other things. It's kind of nice and eye-opening. You know how some people will look you dead in the eye, wag their finger at you, tell you exactly why what you're doing is wrong, make a whole video about it, build a whole career off of it, and then you find out they have been doing the exact same thing the entire time? Yeah, that is this video. And Yummy Cactus spent over a year being the moral police of the art commentary community, calling out paraphilic content, Nazi imagery, creators taking advantage of younger fans, all of it, to tens of thousands of people. And then a document dropped, and everything changed. Because they did not just quietly do the exact same things they condemned, they did them repeatedly, from drawing their OCs in Nazi uniforms, to making art of Yummy's original character having sex with Junie's original character's decapitated head, making a friend who was 9 months clean from self-harm relapse in their own group chat, and so many more things that we are going to get into today. Plus, when all the evidence came out, they pointed at a 17-year-old and called him a groomer. And honestly, we are just getting started, because the full story of Junie Draws and Yummy Cactus is somehow even messier than all of that. So let's get into it. Junie Draws, born August 18th, 2009, was 16 years old when all of this went down. He is an art commentary YouTuber with around 32,000 subscribers, and his whole thing is calling people out. He covers drama in the art and animation community, makes expose videos, does iceberg breakdowns on creators he thinks are problematic, and generally presents himself as the guy who does the homework. You know, the guy who doesn't let things slide and who holds the community accountable.
Hey guys, it's Junie, and this is like my 4th or 5th video touching on stuff in the Dandy's World fandom. Oh jeez.
Some of his biggest videos are the Doma Iceberg, a Cinnamon Barf Expose, Pumpkin Gentleman, Psycho Cuties, and Charlie Xanax. And all of them have the same energy. It always goes like, here's this person, here's what they did, and here is why it's a problem, delivered in this very serious, very certain tone. The topics he keeps coming back to are pedophilic content in art, Nazi-adjacent character designs, and creators taking advantage of younger people in their community. Those are his lanes. And in those lanes, he is very confident and very black and white about it. There is not a lot of space for well maybe, or let's think about context when it's someone else on the table.
And it was their fault, or your ex's fault, or whatever. These are actively abusive behaviors.
On the other end, Yummy Cactus is 17 years old. He started as a pure art and animation channel before switching to commentary in April 2025. The lane he carved out was ideology in art. Specifically, he would look at someone's original character and break down whether the design was pulling from fascist symbols, whether the color palette was referencing something from a hate group, or whether there were extremist ideologies baked into how the character was written. He basically made himself the person in this community who could look at your OC and say, actually, that flag pattern has a history or whatever. And together, these two were a really recognizable pair in this space. They were actually a couple on top of being creative collaborators. And people bought it, genuinely, because the content backed it up. The research was there, the moral certainty was there, and every video they made reinforced the same idea, that these two people actually care about keeping this space safe and honest. But here's the thing about making yourself the moral voice of a community. You set a standard, and that standard applies to you too. That's just how it works. You cannot spend over a year telling people that private behavior is fair game, that being young is no excuse for bad choices, and that allegations should be treated as basically true, and then turn around and expect people to show you all the grace and nuance you never gave anyone else. So before we get into what actually happened behind the scenes, I want to go through 3 moments from their own content, because these 3 moments are the exact measuring stick we are going to use on them for the rest of this video, and I need you to keep them in the back of your head. First one is Jimbo Jimmy. Jimbo is a TikTok animator who got pretty popular in 2023 and 2024 doing Newgrounds style animation content. In early 2025, a document dropped doing Newgrounds style animation content. In early 2025, a document dropped with some concerning allegations about him. It contained edgy comments he'd made, a photo he apparently took of a younger kid in a tutoring class, and some generally off-putting humor online. It was enough for the community to be alarmed, and Yummy made a video about it. Now, we cannot find this video on the internet anymore, but from what we know, Yummy was presenting every single allegation as an already confirmed fact. There are no allegedlys, no here's what he said in response, and no room for anything other than this person is a groomer. Anyways, here's where it gets complicated. Jimbo is 15 years old. He's a minor. And what's being documented as this alarming, damning evidence is a bunch of edgy jokes he made with his friends in private, and some off-putting online behavior from a teenager who clearly has some things to work through. Which, yes, is worth flagging, but that is not the same thing as what Yummy's video was implying, and he covered it like it was exactly the same thing. Jimbo Jimmy did eventually come out to address some of it though, and with that came very mixed reactions from the community. Some people were glad he apologized and took accountability for his actions, while some were like he was just trying to save face. So keep that energy locked in, because we are going to circle back to it when we talk about what Yummy was doing in private at 17 years old. I promise you the contrast is going to be a lot. For now though, let's get on to the next, which is Doma, also known as Whelp Go By and a bunch of other names, is 16 years old. She got popular through Dandy's World animations on TikTok and YouTube. On October 5th, 2024, Junie uploaded a video called The Doma Iceberg Explained. It is a long video, very thorough, and basically a full case built against her online history.
Doma has also engaged in various jokes and remarks surrounding Nazism, saying things such as Hail Hitler, jokes about Nazi pride, remarks about Nazi NSFW, and making references to Nazism and Hitler in discussions surrounding characters from various games.
And look, some of what's in the DOMA document is genuinely concerning, and we shouldn't pretend it isn't. But the thing Junie's video just kind of glosses over is that most of what he's presenting is a fundamentally different conversation than an adult doing those same things. He didn't ask whether a YouTube iceberg video is really the right response to a troubled kid. And this is the same Junie who is going to need people to show him a lot of grace and understanding for his own behavior at 16. When he was covering a 13-year-old though, he showed no grace.
Consistent statements regarding other disturbing topics such as necrophilia that are more than concerning.
And now to the third one, really quick. In a video called Does Problematic Equal Good Artist?, Junie brings up a creator called Charlie Xanax. Charlie's whole situation basically comes down to the fact that he drew some art for himself, privately, as a coping mechanism. He never posted it, and he never intended for anyone to see it. It was just something he made for himself. And Junie still covered it. He still framed it as a character issue, and he still put it in his video as evidence of something wrong with this person.
To bring a more modern example, Charlie. When I first saw his animations on my For You page, I immediately knew something was up. Maybe that's just me. But this was way before his controversy started. But I feel you can always sort of tell when an artist is struggling or doing something shifty behind the scenes. Charlie has drawn and made jokes about some pretty disturbing things surrounding grape. He has since apologized, but it is not my place to tell you to accept this apology, as I personally do not, because he made his choice to make that stuff public rather than private and keep it to himself.
Now, let's talk about what was actually happening behind the scenes while all of this content was being made. I'm not going to retell the full Cupidite story here. That situation is big enough to deserve its own video. Plus, resources are in the description if you want the full picture now. But I do need to cover what happened here, because the Cupidite situation is where the cracks in Junie and Yummy's public image started showing, and because it's the situation that eventually led directly to the document that blew everything open. So, Cupidite, whose name is Daisy, is 17 years old. Yeah? He is actually 4 months younger than Yummy, just so the ages are clear. Now, after Yummy's Jimbo video dropped and got some backlash, Daisy left some critical comments under Junie and Yummy's community posts. They were mean and not particularly kind, but they were the kind of comment you see under any controversial video. Junie and Yummy were frustrated by it, which is understandable. Then, not long after that, some serious behind-the-scenes allegations started circulating about Cupidite. These were claims involving CSAM possession and online exploitation of minors, which is very heavy stuff. Yummy tried to handle it by reaching out to Daisy directly. However, something got miscommunicated in that conversation, and the result was a February 2025 video called Cupidite, What the Hell? In this video, Yummy took two completely separate situations and put them together into one narrative as if they were connected, even though they weren't. The damage from that was immediate. The inaccuracies made everyone look bad. The accusers, the accused, and the actual claims underneath it all. But even with people pointing out the problems in it, that video became the main thing the community was citing about Cupidite for around 6 months. Then in July 2025, the video got taken down, and for about
The Holocene has ended. What we do now and in the next few years will profoundly affect the next few thousand years. The only conditions modern humans have ever known so far are changing, and changing fast.
Nothing stays the same on this planet. Everything changes. The Earth is going into one of these jumps, and you don't know what is going to be on the other side of those jumps. The Earth is always jumping. Things move on this planet. Things are not still. Everything is turning.
As it begins to run out of fuel, the sun won't simply fade away to nothing. Its core will collapse, and the extra heat this generates will cause its outer layers to expand. The sun is now dead. Its remains slowly cooling in the freezing temperatures of deep space. The fate of the sun is the same as for all stars. One day, they must all eventually die, and the cosmos will be plunged into eternal night.
All stars eventually will run out of fuel. The temperature of the universe drops. The stars, one by one, in the night sky, will turn off. And there'll be no more new stars created. And so that the universe will end not with a bang, but with a whimper. And not in fire, but in ice.
With no fuel left to burn, a white dwarf's faint glow comes from the last residual heat from its extinguished furnace. Looking at it from where the Earth is now, it would only generate the same amount of light as the full moon on a clear night. The faint glow of white dwarfs will provide the only illumination in a dark and empty void littered with dead stars and black holes.
In some ways, it's kind of a ghost universe. It's the corpses, the zombie stars, that will take us into the future.
black dwarf will be the final fate of those last stars, white dwarfs that have become so cold that they barely emit any more heat or light. Black dwarfs are dark, dense, decaying balls of degenerate matter, little more than the ashes of stars. Their constituent atoms are so severely crushed that black dwarfs are 1,000,000 times denser than our sun. Stars take so long to reach this point, we believe there are currently no black dwarfs in the universe.
We have a pace of life that's based on really the energy available to us now. You could imagine living conscious systems which have a very different pace and therefore can extend out at least a lot farther than you'd imagine otherwise. You could have a living system where if it had a thought every 10 trillion years, that would seem normal. Even if our life dies out, one could imagine at some time arbitrarily far in the future, a fluctuation occurs which allows intelligent life to exist again for a little while. So you might have islands in time of intelligence.
Proton, one of the fundamental building blocks of atomic matter, what makes us up, can just spontaneously fall apart.
Any material that evades the pull of a black hole eventually dies away as its protons disintegrate.
The matter inside black dwarfs, the last matter in the universe, will eventually evaporate away and be carried off into the void as radiation, leaving absolutely nothing behind. With the black dwarfs gone, there won't be a single atom of matter left. All that will remain of our once rich cosmos will be particles of light and black holes. The arrow of time creates a bright window in the universe's adolescence, during which life is possible. But it's a window that doesn't stay open for long. As a fraction of the lifespan of the universe, as measured from its beginning to the evaporation of the last black hole, life, as we know it, is only possible for 1,000th of a billion billionth billion billionth billion billionth of a percent.
Black holes become the fundamental building block of the universe. A galaxy will basically be a supermassive black hole in a center with smaller black holes orbiting it.
Zombie galaxies filled with black holes continue to evolve.
They'll eat each other and they'll get bigger, and maybe they'll fall into the supermassive black hole and it'll get bigger. The universe will still be an exciting, dynamic place. It's just that the timescales you're talking about are now trillions of years instead of thousands or millions of years.
Black holes can bang on space-time like mallets on a drum. And they have a very characteristic song. Imagine two black holes that have lived a long life together. At the end of their lives, they're going around each other, crossing thousands of kilometers in a fraction of a second. As they do so, they leave behind in their wake a ringing of space, an actual wave on space-time. Space squeezes and stretches as it emanates out from these black holes banging on the universe. Those are the gravitational waves. They are literally the sounds of space ringing. And they will travel out from these black holes at the speed of light as they ring down and coalesce to one spinning, quiet black hole. If you were standing near enough, your ear would resonate with the squeezing and stretching of space. You would literally hear the sound. Imagine a lighter black hole falling into a very heavy black hole. The sound you're hearing is a light black hole banging on space each time it gets close. As it falls in, it gets faster and it gets louder.
Scientists used to think black holes were immortal, but even these will one day die.
Now we're talking about timescales of unimaginable length, quadrillions of years into the future. On that timescale, even the black holes begin to evaporate.
According According to quantum mechanics, space is filled with virtual particles, antiparticles, that are constantly materializing in pairs, separating, coming together again, and annihilating each other. In the presence of a black hole, one member of a pair of virtual particles may fall into the hole, leaving the other member without a partner with which to annihilate. The forsaken particle appears to be radiation emitted by the black hole. And so, black holes are not eternal. They evaporate away at an increasing rate until they vanish in a gigantic explosion. Quantum mechanics has allowed particles and radiation to escape from the ultimate prison, a black hole.
Philosophers and poets have asked the question, will the world end in fire or ice? We can now give an answer. The latest evidence shows that the universe is not slowing down, but it's speeding up out of control. And the universe, we think, will die in ice. Trillions upon trillions of years from now.
Empty space itself has energy. In every little cubic centimeter of space, whether or not there's stuff, whether or not there's particles, matter, radiation, or whatever, there is still energy, even in the space itself. And this energy, according to Einstein, exerts a push on the universe.
What is the weird stuff that's accelerating the universe? We call it dark energy. And this stuff is the dominant stuff of the universe. Almost 3/4 of the matter-energy content of the universe is this dark energy. And we don't know what it is.
Dark energy, unlike matter or radiation, does not dilute away as the universe expands. This has crucial implications for what the universe is going to do in the future.
So what will be the future of the universe? Well, if the dark energy remains dominant and repulsive, the universe will expand forever. Faster and faster and faster with time. A runaway universe.
70% of the energy of the universe resides in empty space, and we don't understand why. But we do know what will happen. If that energy continues to be there, the universe will become cold and dark and empty. That's the future as it might be. We don't know because we don't yet understand the nature of dark energy. Until we do, we won't know the future. We won't even understand our own origins, and that's why we want to know and study this subject.
forecast does seem to be for an ever colder, ever emptier universe. But then, of course, we have to ask, could that end lead to a new beginning? And there are ideas whereby what actually is the end of our universe could in some sense be linked to the beginning of a new one.
We've worked out the mathematics, the equations. They seem to say that if you have an atom smasher that can concentrate tremendous amounts of energy at a single point, you can perhaps open up a gateway, a baby universe. Facing the death of everything there is, this perhaps is their only possibility of escape. And this also raises a very intriguing possibility, sheer speculation of course, that perhaps any universe that has intelligent life in it will create baby universes, will create lifeboats, and proliferate child universes. So an evolution may take among universes in the multiverse. Survival of the fittest may take place. So those universes which do not have intelligent life are infertile. They have no children. But those universes that have mild temperatures, stars like us, would create civilizations that can open up child universes, and they would then proliferate.
After an unimaginable length of time, even the black holes will have evaporated and the universe will be nothing but a sea of photons gradually tending towards the same temperature as the expansion of the universe cools them towards absolute zero.
Space is full of unsolved mysteries and unanswered questions. And while we know a lot about our universe today, there seems to be even more which we don't know. Since 1687, an enormous effort has been made to try and understand the nature of the most prominent force in the universe, gravity.
Here's a follow-up
And our
to the
topic today, dark matter, represents a substantial missing piece of that puzzle. You've probably heard of dark matter, and may even have been taught about it in school. It makes up a large chunk of our standard model of astrophysics, despite never having been seen or directly detected. And the 50-year, multi-billion-dollar search for this elusive form of matter continues to this day. So what is dark matter, and why haven't we been able to see it yet? And if we can't see it, how do we know that it is really there? Furthermore, how can something that's never been proven have such a large place in the science you find in textbooks? And after so many decades of fruitless searching, is it finally time to embrace alternative ideas? These are the questions we will be aiming to answer as we peel back the layers of the dark matter mystery. Dark matter is a theoretical form of mass, which has never been seen or detected, but is inferred to be present in space due to its gravitational influence on galaxies. Proponents of the theory claim it to be some kind of undiscovered elementary particle, but one with properties that do not fit with our relatively rigorous standard model of particle physics. Dark matter's most mysterious property, responsible for its decades of non-detection, is that it seems to be electromagnetically neutral. It does not appear to interact with the electromagnetic force in any way, and thus does not absorb, emit, or reflect light, or any kind of radiation, in fact. This renders the particles completely invisible, and not known as dark because of any actual colour. In fact, a better way of describing it would be missing mass. No matter how hard we look for it, it evades the many eyes of our electromagnetic observatories, even the beasts such as Hubble and James Webb. However, scientists are confident that it exists, or that something exists in its place at the very least, because without a substantial source of missing mass, the present-day layout and structure of the universe would simply not be possible. When we run simulations aimed at recreating the universe's life from the moment of the Big Bang, none of them are able to give rise to the complexity that we see today, with only the gravity of visible baryonic matter, i.e. the gravity of galaxies and their stars and gas. While galaxies themselves are massive, space is incomparably more enormous, and even the gravity of all the universe's galaxies combined falls significantly short of the influence necessary to explain how the cosmos ended up looking like it does today. At least 5/6 of the gravity-inducing mass needed to explain galaxy clusters is missing, and thus most scientists agree that the majority of the universe's mass must be in this dark form which we cannot see. However, this mass still exerts a gravitational influence which affects the space around it in a way which we can see, but sadly not directly enough to unequivocally prove dark matter's existence. The idea that the universe's contents contains more than its visible matter has been speculated upon for centuries, but scientists didn't really start to embrace it properly until the 20th century. From the 1920s, a few astronomers suggested the existence of invisible mass, based on the observed motions of stars within our galaxy. But it wasn't until the 1930s that we began detecting tangible signs of missing matter. In 1933, Swiss physicist Fritz Zwicky plotted the redshift of galaxies within the Coma cluster, a group of more than 1,000 galaxies lying 330 million light-years away, seeking to map the movements of the galaxies within. By applying virial theorem to his observations, He determined that the cluster would need around 100 times more mass to keep its galaxies locked in the formation he was observing, with the gravity of just the stars in those galaxies nowhere near substantial enough to bind the cluster. Zwicky concluded that the Coma cluster must contain a significant amount of hidden mass, coining the missing mass problem, the first step down the dark matter rabbit hole. In the 40 years that followed, little progress was made in understanding the nature of this missing mass. But moving into the 1970s, a second crucial indirect line of evidence for its existence was detected. In 1970, physicists Vera Rubin and Kent Ford mapped the sprawling spiral arms of the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies by plotting the velocities of each's stars as they orbited their respective galaxy cores, with particular interest in those stars on the outskirts of the two galaxies where gravity should be much weaker. Newton's laws of gravity tell us that its strength decays proportionally with distance from an object exerting an influence, and so ordinarily, stars on the outside of a galaxy should be orbiting slower than those on the inside nearer the core. Our solar system exhibits this pattern of behaviour with its planets around the Sun. But instead, Rubin and Ford found that stars on the outskirts of both galaxies seem to orbit at the same speeds as those stars further in, some even faster in fact. But this should mean that both galaxies ejected their stars and flung themselves out of existence long ago, if their cores were the only thing binding their structure. Assuming Newton's laws actually apply to galaxies, the fact that the Milky Way, Andromeda, and many other spiral galaxies have spun at these speeds and remained bound for billions of years suggests that there is another source of load-bearing mass enabling their structure. Once again, we had stumbled upon indirect evidence of missing invisible mass. The work of Rubin, Ford, and many others culminated in an influential 1983 paper discussing the missing mass problem, with a focus on galaxy rotation. And it predicted that this hidden mass must far outweigh visible matter in the universe by a ratio of 6:1, an estimate we still go by to this day. This means that, whatever the missing mass is, it must account for more than 85% of the universe's matter, despite being in a form that renders it completely invisible. Fast forward another 40 odd years, and we're still not much closer to seeing the dark matter particle. Every effort so far has proven largely unsuccessful, but scientists have only become more certain of its existence during that time, due to the number of emerging indirect lines of evidence. As mentioned, we can infer the presence of dark matter due to its gravitational influence on the visible matter surrounding it, which creates a number of indirect effects which can be used to constrain certain properties. This understanding is applied in the lambda cold dark matter model of cosmology, or lambda CDM. Currently, it is our most complete, well-regarded, and widely accepted scientific description of the universe, and constitutes the science you find in textbooks. It ties together a number of different theories and frameworks, such as the Big Bang, general relativity, and the standard model of particle physics, into one comprehensive, complete theory. It's not without its gaps, but it is nonetheless the best model we have for concurrently explaining many of the universe's properties under the same umbrella. The lambda CDM holds dark matter as one of its key concepts, describing it to encompass around 85% of all the universe's mass, and just under a third of all the stuff in existence. It describes the particle as being cold, but this notion of temperature actually refers to the amount of energy the dark matter has. For example, hot dark matter would mean energetic dark matter, capable of streaming at high, even relativistic velocities. This would give the dark matter particles a large free streaming length, with profoundly different implications for the galaxy clusters of the universe. If dark matter were hot, then the universe's early ocean of particles would have given rise to colossal intergalactic structures early on, which separated into smaller clusters over time. A top-down approach to building a universe. But our observations of the deep universe dispute this. The earliest galaxies were small, immature ones, with larger galaxies and then clusters coming later on. Thus, the universe's dark matter cannot be hot, and must instead be cold, with a low free streaming length, which is therefore slow moving, a trait which favours a bottom-up approach to sculpting the cosmos, starting with the subatomic particles created by the Big Bang. The Lambda CDM holds the Big Bang at the centre of its assertions, the theory that the universe began from a small, singularity-like point of infinite heat around 13.8 billion years ago. For an unknown reason, this point began to expand, and its suddenly finite temperature has been falling ever since. As the contents of the universe was able to breathe for the first time, things started to happen, and in the 20 minutes that followed the birth of the universe, subatomic elementary particles condensed. Dark matter is thought to have been among these primordial elementary particles, but its role in the events of the very early universe is unclear. But what we do know is that, for about 380,000 years after the universe was born, its baryonic visible contents existed in a plasma state, an enormous, energized, omnipresent ocean of intertwined particles. At temperatures this high, particles of both light and matter would have been interacting, as photons struck, bounced off of, and were absorbed by ionized atomic nuclei. This, in turn, would have accelerated the matter particles to relativistic velocities, giving them a large free streaming length. This would have washed out any density fluctuations in the homogeneous plasma up until it turned to atoms during the epoch of recombination. Once the plasma ocean fell below the 3000 Kelvin threshold needed to maintain its state, it was harvested all over the universe to create the first neutral hydrogen and helium atoms, as electrons latched onto exposed atomic nuclei. But if not for dark matter, these atoms would have been spread totally smoothly across space, with no mass density perturbances. However, we do see evidence of perturbances, in both the CMB and the arrangement of galaxies. This is because dark matter had already begun interacting gravitationally long before recombination, and thus the distribution of atoms mimicked the distribution of dark matter at that moment. This resulted in some areas of space with greater concentrations of atoms better suited to the build-up of the universe's first star-forming gas. And so, within only about 200 million years or so, the first stars ignited from this primordial hydrogen gas illuminated
Here's a follow-up to the progress bar to the one of the Here's a
Okay? 私は誰？あなたのは誰？夜空の中で名前をなくしてうねりのない水面に潜む景色を知らないままただ夜雲今までは構わないのただ夜雲私はなぜまっすぐに落ちる誰かの手のひらを探すため空をできる限り目に収めながら私は雨恥ずかれてわかる誰かのようにはなれない雨地球を困らせるほどの痛みを知らないから雨世界を動かすよう毛に導かれ づくまでにおさらいを忘れないで凪の海で向かい合わせ違う景色同じ模様の答え合わせ質はない空が眩しかったそんな日僕はあなたのために生きてた全部のした金はならなかった透明な国であなたのためにここで終わるからあと何年経ったら見られて誰も雪もじくなってしまうくらいところまで信念なく心の上飛んで考えとつなくなってきて現実的選択に離されてもらったよ今の心が集めたんで二人だけは私帰れない現実を通り越して抱きしめてみたかったわ見つめたかったそんな日僕は裏切りグラスに閉じ込めて構わないだけ残り星ばっかりはなり響いた考えがそんな日僕は見つめたかったそんな日僕は裏切りグラスに閉じ込めて構わないだけ残り星ばっかりはなり響いた透明な国で二人を結ぶ髪が見もよあと何年経ったら雪がすれあれも雪が地球になってしまうなってしまうところ理由でまでまだ見えないよくここ質はない空が眩しかったそんな日僕はあなたのために生きてた全部のした金はならなかった透明な国であなたのためにここで終わるからあと何年経ったら見られて誰も雪もじくなってしまうくらいところまで信念なく心の上飛んで考えとつなくなってきて現実
Okay, so I don't know if I should say I discovered something when we boot this. If I say debug, it's working. So we should be able to fix it. So it's not hey, it's there. Okay. So, this can't be too hard. Maybe it's a multiply by 2. Okay, let's make it all cache or uncached. Okay, let's look for text mode. Find okay, that's not what we want. VGA, is it find run level flag VGA? Okay. So display this works. Okay, the 4. Web. Okay, get out of web. Okay. Share screen. Update text mode.
future and
During the early formation of our solar system, 4 small rocky worlds assembled where the radiation of an infant sun was strong enough to push away light gases and destroy all ice. But with great enough distance, hydrogen, helium, and ices like water and methane were plentiful. In this region, 4 giants were born: Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune.
Through their gravity in the early history of our solar system, these gas giants have vacuumed up all of the available gas.
Humanity's curiosity extended to these distant worlds.
We'd explored the inner worlds of the solar system. We'd gone to Mercury, we'd been to Venus, we'd been to Mars. But the big worlds of Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, they really beckoned to the scientific community.
An expedition to the giants would require crossing a protoplanetary graveyard, a ring of asteroids, leftovers from the solar system's formation 160 million kilometers beyond Earth's orbit.
We had to traverse the boundary in between Mars and Jupiter, the asteroid belt. And we only had some basic telescopic observations of some of these objects out there. And was it going to be a region of space that we could travel through?
In 1972, NASA's Pioneer 10 became the first spacecraft to enter the asteroid belt.
The asteroid belt in our popular imaginings is a rubble-strewn region of space, mountainous-sized objects crashing together in slow motion. It's nothing like that.
Scientists estimated a 1 in 10 chance that the spacecraft would suffer a serious collision.
There's a lot of rock out there, but it is spread over an enormous ring or volume of space. Collisions do occur, but they are not as frequent as you might imagine.
7 months after entering, Pioneer emerged, triumphant.
Having a spacecraft like the Pioneers extend our reach out into the solar system was, again, another important stepping stone in our exploration of the universe.
By year's end, the probe completed a flyby of Jupiter, using the planet's gravity to escape the solar system. Pioneer 10 remained our most distant spacecraft until 1998.
A great deal that is most interesting in our solar system was beyond our reach until Pioneer 10 showed us the way.
In the 1960s, engineers at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory noted an imminent alignment of the outer planets. A spacecraft would be able to harness the gravity of each and swing from one to the next using minimal amounts of fuel.
It was recognized that you could do a grand tour, the idea of rendezvousing with more than one planet.
But if NASA missed their chance, the alignment wouldn't reoccur for almost 2 centuries.
Voyager was an epoch-making moment in the annals of spaceflight.
Twin probes were crafted, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. Together, they would provide unprecedented access to the outer reaches of our solar system.
It was going to be the first time that we had pictures of such incredible detail of those distant bodies.
Let's measure these things in great detail, but moreover, they're going to keep going. And let's build them for the long term. Let's see how long they can last.
1970s technology would have to endure the harsh environment of space for decades.
The Voyager spacecraft, by today's standards, are quite basic vehicles. They had old television cameras on board, not too different from what might have been used in a television studio. Their recording systems were 8-track tape.
Nevertheless, the equipment was capable of capturing essential details of the mission targets.
The modern ships that sail to the planets
are unmanned. They are beautifully constructed, semi-intelligent robots.
Each Voyager probe also carried greetings from humanity.
The legendary scientist, astronomer and communicator Carl Sagan decided to send a cultural object along with the scientific missions on the 2 voyages, and this was the famous Golden Records.
I send greetings on behalf of the people of our planet into the universe, seeking only peace and friendship, to teach if we are called upon, to be taught if we are fortunate. And it is with humility and hope that we take this step.
Nominally, it's a message for any alien species who happen to find them, but actually it's a message to us as humans that we have something a little bit special on our planet that we would like to send out into space.
If extraterrestrial life could decipher the instructions to play it, the record would reveal 115 images, 90 minutes of music, and greetings in 55 different languages.
3, 2, 1. We have ignition and we have liftoff of the Titan Centaur, carrying the first of 2 Voyager spacecraft to
The universe is teeming with galaxies, many bigger, brighter, and more densely packed with stars than the Milky Way. But most are so inconceivably far away that they are much too faint to be seen with the naked eye. However, there is one galaxy which appears visible in the night sky, a galaxy that has revealed to us as much about the universe as it has about itself. That galaxy is the Andromeda Galaxy, a vast, ancient colony of stars more than twice the size of the Milky Way. Today we will be taking a journey from this galaxy's ancient history right up to its remote future, using the most beautiful images and intricate data to know our cosmic neighbour like never before. This is our journey to the Andromeda Galaxy. The Andromeda Galaxy is known by many names. This one owes to the constellation in which it can be found, named after the Phoenician princess Andromeda, wife of Perseus in Greek mythology. It is also known as NGC 224 and Messier 31, according to the various star catalogues it has appeared in. Unlike most galaxies, Andromeda is visible to the naked eye, best seen in dark, moonless skies during autumn and winter nights in the Northern Hemisphere. As such, it was discovered long before we knew that other galaxies existed, but it was incorrectly assumed to be a nebula residing within the bounds of the Milky Way for the longest time. The earliest known mention of the galaxy came in the year 964 AD, in Persian philosopher Abd al-Rahman al-Sufi's Book of Fixed Stars, which recorded it as a nebulous smear. But it wasn't studied in any greater detail until the invention of the telescope in the early 1600s, when it was rediscovered by Simon Marius. Later, in 1764, the object was added as the 31st entry in Charles Messier's catalogue of deep sky fuzzy objects, which included a number of other galaxies, unbeknown to Messier himself. Later that century, William Herschel noticed that the centre of M31 appeared to have a red tinge when compared with the exterior, and because he was able to observe such fine detail, he incorrectly assumed Andromeda to be the nearest of all the great nebulae, postulating a distance of no more than 18,000 light-years. In 1845, William Parsons was the first to identify a spiral structure in the galaxies M51 and M99, and 5 years later, he added Andromeda, along with these galaxies and a number of others, to a new classification of so-called spiral nebulae, believing them to be their own type of gaseous cloud within the Milky Way. However, not everybody was convinced by the nebula explanation. A few well-respected minds of the time, starting with 18th century philosopher Immanuel Kant, suggested that this object may in fact be its own island universe. A vast congregation of stars like the Milky Way, but situated much further beyond than any other object. Back then, however, the Milky Way was thought to comprise the entirety of the universe, and this idea placed M31's distance on a scale much too vast for contemporary astronomers to accept. That was until 1917, when American astronomer Heber Curtis witnessed a nova event coming from inside M31, where a transient luminous object briefly outshone its surroundings. After scouring the limited collection of historical photographs of the object, Curtis found no fewer than 11 other nova events occurring inside Andromeda, considerably more than anywhere else in the Milky Way, but all appearing to be around 10 magnitudes fainter than those observed elsewhere in the sky. It was at this moment that Curtis realized what he was looking at. Not a nebula, but a much more distant and remote disk, proposing Andromeda to be some 500,000 light-years away. But this claim was disputed by many scientists, most notably by fellow American astronomer Harlow Shapley, who had previously measured the Milky Way, and thus what he considered to be the entire universe, to be around 300,000 light-years in diameter. This culminated in one of the most significant events in 20th century science, the Great Debate of 1920, where Shapley and Curtis discussed the nature of the universe and of the spiral nebulae in front of a live audience at the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History. Shapley, on the one hand, argued that the Milky Way was the entire universe, and that all known spiral objects were merely their own type of nebula residing within. He argued that, if they truly were other galaxies, their distance would have to be in the order of tens of millions of light-years, a jump in scale not many contemporary astronomers were willing to accept. Curtis, on the other hand, highlighted the overdensity of novae within Andromeda when compared with the rest of the Milky Way. He argued that no type of nebula could explain the high number, yet consistent dimness of these events. He also pointed out dark lanes within early photographs of Andromeda's spirals, noting their similarities to the opaque dust clouds lying within the Milky Way's zone of avoidance. But the debate ultimately yielded no clear winner, and it took another 4 years for the question to finally be put to bed. In 1924, Edwin Hubble settled the debate by using the Hooker telescope in California to measure pulsating Cepheid variable stars within Andromeda. A variable star's pulsation period is indicative of its luminosity, and once we know a star's luminosity, we can compare that to its apparent brightness from Earth to constrain a distance. Using this technique, Hubble indisputably demonstrated that M31 was more than 1 million light-years away, and thus had to be its own galaxy. Furthermore, all the so-called spiral nebulae that had been discovered were their own galaxies as well, each lying tens of millions of light-years beyond our local group. The true, terrifying scale of the universe had been revealed, a universe filled with thousands, or perhaps even millions of galaxies, a scale far beyond anything thought possible before. Once we had realized that M31 was a separate galaxy, our understanding of the universe took a great leap forward. Thanks to its proximity, Andromeda offers an unparalleled opportunity to study a spiral galaxy like the Milky Way from the outside looking in. By the 1950s, we were making radio maps of the galaxy, and today, all 4 of NASA's great space observatories regularly survey Andromeda for ultraviolet, infrared, and X-ray signals. And while there hasn't been a dedicated spacecraft or mission to study our neighbour, there have been a number of telescopes launched to survey more distant galaxies. And for telescopes like Hubble, which regularly stares at galaxies billions of light years into the void, a galaxy under 3 million light years away is a simple task. And thus, we have a wide range of beautifully detailed and jaw-dropping images of Andromeda. We have made mosaics of its stars and maps of its interior. We've found clusters, clouds, neutron stars, and black holes within its bounds. Its interior contents mirrors that of our own galaxy, but often on a larger scale. And so, without further ado, let us dive into these findings as we set out on the road to Andromeda. Andromeda is a barred spiral galaxy, like the Milky Way, consisting of an outlying spiral structure of dust and gas, connected by a dense bar-shaped concentration of stars in the galactic core. Our neighbour's structural similarities to our own galaxy suggest that the two followed similar evolutionary paths. Andromeda is thought to have formed around 10 billion years ago, and has been growing by crashing into and consuming other galaxies ever since. M31's torrid past is evidenced by its vastly elongated structure. The visible component of the galaxy is thought to be around 120,000 light-years in diameter, not too dissimilar to the Milky Way. However, Andromeda's full structure includes an extended disk of scattered stars flung outwards by tidal interactions, giving the galaxy a maximum extension of some 220,000 light-years, by far the largest object in the local group. Its stellar population greatly outnumbers even the most generous estimates for the Milky Ways, with M31 thought to be home to more than 1 trillion stars. The galaxy's distance from Earth has been constrained via a number of different methods, with most measurements agreeing on a value of about 2.56 million light-years. The first step in this enormous, expansive journey comes when we rise above the plane of the Milky Way. As less of its starlight extinguishes our view of the galaxies beyond the local group, the true mind-blowing scale of this enormous universe becomes apparent. Once we have passed beyond the Milky Way's outlying stars and its ghostly satellite galaxies, we reach intergalactic space, just about as empty as you can get in a universe dominated by gravity. For comparison, the air we breathe on Earth contains approximately 10 trillion atoms per cubic meter. Even just above the atmosphere in space, there are still 1 million trillion atoms per cubic meter. Interstellar space between stars only contains around 1,000 atoms per cubic meter. But in intergalactic space, that count drops to just 10 atoms per cubic meter. But with that said, there's not nothing out there. The Great Galactic Highway also contains the most ill-fated stars and planetary systems, which have been ejected from their galaxy entirely by the enormous tidal forces of collisions. The conditions on such worlds are just about as cold and as lonely as you can get in space. With no heat source of any kind, out here, intergalactic rogue planets freeze solid, from their atmospheres right down to their cores. Only halfway into our cosmic journey do we begin to stray into Andromeda's territory, not yet into its starry fields, but instead into its enormous galactic atmosphere. Like the Milky Way, surrounding Andromeda is a diffuse halo of plasma, thought to have been expelled with tremendous force by reverberations from Andromeda's past collisions. This gives the halo a truly staggering radius of 1.3 million light-years, extending more than half the distance between M31 and us. Inside this atmosphere, we find Andromeda's satellite galaxies, each hiding clues about its violent past. Andromeda currently hosts more than 20 known satellite galaxies, and probably had more in its past which it has since devoured. Of these satellite galaxies, there are 3 in particular which are thought to have played a key role in forming Andromeda's skewed, elongated structure and its enormous galactic halo. They are Messier 32, Messier 110, and Messier 33, aka the Triangulum Galaxy. M32 is a small dwarf elliptical galaxy, seen as a little fuzzy blob of golden light in close-up photographs of Andromeda. The satellite is only around 6,500 light-years in diameter, yet it is held together by a supermassive black hole, more than 1 million times the mass of the Sun. That is an extremely massive nucleus for such a small galaxy, which suggests that it may have been larger in the past. Given the mass of the central black hole, scientists think that M32 may have once been its own spiral or lenticular galaxy, even larger than the Triangulum Galaxy, but ultimately not large enough to survive its encounter with its host. As the 2 galaxies came within touching distance of one another, the ill-fated proto-galaxy had its outlying stars absorbed by Andromeda, leaving only the dense galactic core bound to the supermassive black hole. Now it appears as a small golden elliptical galaxy with an aging stellar population. M110 is another elliptical satellite galaxy of Andromeda, larger than M32 at around 17,000 light-years in diameter. Much like the former, M110 is thought to have interacted with Andromeda Andromeda in the past. Scientists have detected faint, dusty, metal-rich lanes within Andromeda's halo, thought to be made up of stars stripped from the satellite galaxy as it came within reach of Andromeda. Imagine what it would be like to live inside M110. You would see Andromeda's vast, side-on galactic disk consume your sky at night. Just think of the historical, societal, and religious implications if early humans had seen something like this hanging in their ancient sky. Finally, there's Messier 33, aka the Triangulum Galaxy. It is the current third largest member of the local group, a dwarf spiral galaxy around 60,000 light-years in diameter. It is not known whether M33 is a true satellite of Andromeda. It may just be its own galaxy, which happens to be situated around 750,000 light-years beyond. But in any case, the two galaxies have definitely interacted within the last few billion years, and the data points to them interacting again in the future, with the 40 billion stars of the Triangulum Galaxy destined either to be absorbed into a new galaxy or to be banished out of the local group entirely. Finally, after millions of light years on this dark, lonely voyage, we arrive at the Andromeda Galaxy's outer edge. Once we've passed through the plasma halo, we reach the dense denser extended stellar disk, made up of stars scattered by Andromeda's past collisions. Once we're through all of that, we finally reach the visible component of the galaxy, the barred spiral structure, rich in dust, gas, and metals, similar to the Milky Way. But unlike the Milky Way, Andromeda's spiral structure is more complicated, having been deformed by billions of years of gravitational interactions with the likes of the Triangulum galaxy, among others. In 1998, the ESA's infrared telescope suggested that Andromeda may be transitioning into a ring galaxy, as the dust in its body appears to be grouped into overlapping rings at various distances from the core. Studies in the years since, using NASA's Spitzer telescope, have shown two spiral arms which extend away from the central bar and beyond the rings, but they are fractured into 7 spiral segments, separated by junctions of enhanced hydrogen gas, where vigorous star formation is occurring. NGC 206 is one such region, Andromeda's largest star-forming cloud, situated at a boundary between two of its southwest spiral arms. At around 4,000 light-years in diameter, it is one of the largest clouds of its kind in the entire local group, and contains a cluster of more than 300 luminous blue supergiant stars with diameters dozens of